Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The brass chronometer on the lighthouse keeper's desk showed 17 minutes past 6. Its steady tick-tick-tick marking, time like a patient heartbeat against the October evening. Samuel Whitmore ran his weathered fingers along the smooth leather binding of the station logbook, feeling the familiar weight of routine settling around his shoulders like a well-worn coat. The scent of salt air drifted through the slightly open window, carrying with it the distant cry of gulls and the perpetual whisper of waves against granite. Yet something felt different tonight, a subtle wrongness that made him pause, pen hovering over the pristine page as his eyes traced the previous day's entry one more time. The entry was perfectly ordinary, wind southeast at 12 knots, visibility 8 miles, temperature 47 degrees Fahrenheit. 3 vessels logged passing southbound between noon and sunset, all standard, all proper, but there, in the margin, a small mark that hadn't been there yesterday morning. A tiny compass rose, no larger than a dime, sketched in the same blue ink as the weather observations. Samuel blinked, certain his tired eyes were playing tricks, but the marking remained. Precise, deliberate, impossibly fresh. Outside, the automated timer clicked with mechanical precision, and the great Fresnel lens began its evening rotation. Light swept across the darkening waters in its eternal pattern. 3 seconds on, 2 seconds dark, 3 seconds on, 2 seconds dark. The rhythm was hypnotic, comforting, as constant as the tides themselves. Samuel had tended this light for 8 months now, since old Henrik Larsen had finally retired to a cottage in Provincetown, muttering about wanting to see the sunrise without feeling responsible for every soul who might be caught between here and the horizon. The lighthouse stood 47 feet above the high tide mark, its white-painted brick tower rising like a steadfast guardian from the rocky outcrop that Cape Cod's residents had christened Gull's Rest Point. From his position at the keeper's desk in the watchroom, Samuel could see 15 miles in any direction on a clear day. Tonight, with autumn's early dusk settling purple and gold across the Atlantic, he could make out the distant lights of Provincetown to the north, and the faint glow of navigation beacons marking the shipping lanes to the south. The lighthouse had been automated for nearly a decade now, a marvel of modern engineering that required no human hand to trim wicks or tend oil flames. Electric bulbs powered by generators hummed with reliable efficiency, and the massive lens assembly turned on precisely calibrated motors. Yet the Coast Guard still required a keeper on station, someone to monitor weather conditions, log passing vessels, and maintain radio contact with ships in distress. It was lonely work, but Samuel had discovered an unexpected peace in the solitude. He set down his pen and moved to the eastern window where the last fishing boats of the day were making their way back to Chatham Harbour. The Mary Catherine led the small flotilla, her diesel engine puttering steadily through the gentle swells. Captain Joe Medeiros would be at the wheel, probably smoking his evening pipe and thinking about the morning's catch prices. Behind her, the Sarah's Dream and Blessed Fortune followed in comfortable formation, their running lights twinkling like small stars against the deepening sky. Samuel raised his binoculars and focused on each vessel in turn, noting their registration numbers and estimated positions in the logbook. It was methodical work, soothing in its predictability. The Mary Catherine at 1840 hours, bearing northeast, approximately 2 miles southeast of Gull's Rest Point. The Sarah's Dream at 1842 hours following the same heading, distance 2 1/4 miles. The Blessed Fortune. He paused, adjusting the focus. The third boat seemed different somehow, riding lower in the water than usual, her typical white hull appearing darker in the fading light. Through the binoculars, he could see a figure at the stern, not Captain Tony Souza, who usually piloted the Blessed Fortune, but someone smaller, wearing what looked like a woman's yellow rain slicker. The figure raised a hand, not in greeting, but holding something that caught the dying sunlight. A mirror, perhaps, or a piece of polished metal. 3 quick flashes, then 2 longer ones, then 3 quick flashes again. Samuel lowered the binoculars, frowning. Maritime signal protocol was clear enough. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short meant distress. But the Blessed Fortune was maintaining course and speed, showing no signs of emergency. Her engine sounded steady, her navigation lights were properly displayed, and she was clearly under control. Perhaps the figure had simply been adjusting equipment, catching the light accidentally. Still, protocol was protocol. Samuel moved to the radio console and switched to channel 16, the international distress frequency. Fishing vessel Blessed Fortune. This is Gull's Rest Light Station. Do you require assistance? Over. Static answered him, punctuated by the distant voice of a Coast Guard operator calling a weather update to a freighter bound for Boston. He tried again, adjusting the frequency slightly. Blessed Fortune. Blessed Fortune. This is Gull's Rest Light Station on channel 16. Please respond if you are receiving. Over. More static. Through the window, he could see the 3 boats continuing their homeward journey, now nearly hull down on the horizon. The figure in the yellow slicker was no longer visible on the Blessed Fortune's stern. Perhaps he had imagined the whole thing. Fatigue playing tricks after a long day of maintenance work on the generator housing. Samuel returned to his desk and dutifully recorded the incident. 1845 hours. Possible distress signal observed from FV Blessed. Fortune. No response to radio inquiry. Vessel appeared to be under normal command and control. He paused, then added, weather clear, wind light and variable, sea state calm. The lighthouse beam continued its patient sweep, painting silver paths across the water with each rotation. 3 seconds on, 2 seconds dark. The rhythm was as regular as breathing, as dependable as the North Star. Samuel had grown to love that consistency, the way it marked time without hurrying it, the way it promised safe harbour to anyone who might be lost in the darkness. He opened the logbook to review the previous week's entries, partly from diligence and partly from a growing suspicion that something in the routine had been subtly altered. Monday's entry was standard: wind patterns, temperature readings, vessel counts. Tuesday showed a notation about repairs to the fog signal equipment. Wednesday recorded the passage of a naval destroyer on training exercises. Thursday's entry stopped him cold. In the margin, next to the notation about a Coast Guard cutter passing northbound, another small compass rose. This one was slightly different. The directional arms were longer, and there appeared to be tiny numbers at each cardinal point. Numbers so small they were barely legible, requiring him to fetch a magnifying glass from the supply cabinet under magnification. The numbers became clear. 3-2-3 at north, 1-4-1 at east, 2-3-2 at south, 4-1-4 at west. Samuel stared at the markings, his mind racing. Henrik had kept meticulous logs for 37 years, never once deviating from standard Coast Guard format. These markings were definitely not part of any official notation system. He flipped back through the pages, searching for similar marks. October 10th. Nothing unusual. October 9th. Clean margins, standard entries. October 8th. There, faint but unmistakable, another compass rose. This one had letters instead of numbers. N-E-S-W. But arranged in a pattern that made no immediate sense. The more he searched, the more he found. Not in every entry, but scattered. Through the month like breadcrumbs in a fairy tale. Some were tiny sketches of nautical equipment, anchors, ship's wheels, lighthouse beams. Others were sequences of dots and dashes that looked almost like Morse code but didn't translate to any meaningful message when he tried to decipher them. Outside, full darkness had settled over Cape Cod. The lighthouse beam painted its steady pattern across waters that now reflected the first stars of evening. A ship's horn sounded in the distance. Probably the Boston Belle, the overnight ferry making her way toward Provincetown. Samuel logged her passage automatically, his mind still puzzling over the mysterious markings. Perhaps Henrik had developed some sort of private notation system during his long years of service. Lighthouse keepers were known for their eccentricities, their need to create meaning and routine in the long hours of solitude. Some kept extensive weather journals, others studied astronomy, still others became amateur naturalists, documenting the migration patterns of whales and seabirds. Henrik might have been coding his observations in a personal shorthand, meaningful only to himself. But why the secrecy? And why had the markings continued after Henrik's retirement? Samuel was certain he hadn't made those compass roses himself, yet they appeared to be in the same blue ink he used for official entries. He stood and stretched, feeling the familiar ache in his lower back that came from hunching over paperwork. Through the western window he could see the lights of Chatham twinkling like earthbound stars. Somewhere in that cluster of houses Henrik Larsson was probably settling down to his evening pipe, perhaps reading one of the maritime histories that had filled his quarters here at the Lighthouse. Samuel made a mental note to visit the old keeper soon, to ask about his methods, and perhaps learn more about the station's routines. The radio crackled to life, interrupting his thoughts. All stations. This is Coast Guard Boston, with a marine weather forecast for Cape Cod Bay and adjacent coastal waters. Samuel automatically reached for his logbook, preparing to record the official forecast. But as he opened to a fresh page, his pen hand froze. There, in the margin of the blank page, a new compass rose had appeared. This one was different from the others, larger, more elaborate, with what looked like tiny waves sketched around its perimeter. And in the centre, so small he almost missed it, a single letter. His hand trembling slightly, Samuel reached for the magnifying glass again. Under magnification, the letter was definitely a W, carefully formed in the same blue ink as his official entries, but he was absolutely certain he hadn't drawn it. He had opened to a fresh page just moments ago, and the logbook had been on his desk the entire time. The radio continued its weather report. Winds becoming northeast 15 to 25 knots after midnight, with gusts to 35 knots. Seas 3 to 5 feet, occasionally to 7 feet. Small craft advisories in effect until further notice. Samuel dutifully recorded the forecast, his handwriting slightly less steady than usual. As he wrote, he found himself glancing repeatedly at the mysterious compass rose, half expecting it to change or disappear. But it remained constant, patient, waiting like everything else in the lighthouse's steady routine. Outside, the lighthouse beam continued its eternal sweep, and the first drops of the predicted storm began to tap against the windows. 3 seconds on, 2 seconds dark, 3 seconds on, 2 seconds dark. The rhythm was the same as always, comforting and reliable, but something in that rhythm seemed different now, as if the light were trying to communicate something beyond its simple navigation signal. Samuel closed the logbook and prepared for the long night watch ahead. Tomorrow, he decided he would begin a more systematic investigation of Henrik's logs. He would search for patterns, try to decode the messages, and perhaps uncover the secret that seemed to be hiding in plain sight among the routine weather observations and vessel counts. The storm was coming, the radio had warned, but storms were part of the lighthouse keeper's world. Samuel checked the generator fuel levels, tested the backup lighting systems, and settled into his chair for the night watch. Outside, wind was beginning to build, and the beam of Gull's Rest light swept steadily across waters that were already showing whitecaps in the distance. Whatever mysteries lay hidden in the margins of the station logs, they would wait until morning. For now, there was only the eternal routine, the turning of the light, the steady tick of the chronometer, and the comforting knowledge that sailors throughout the night would see that beam and know their position relative to the shore. 3 seconds on, 2 seconds dark. The lighthouse kept its vigil, as it had for decades, as it would for decades to come. And in the keeper's quarters, Samuel Whitmore settled into the rhythm of the watch, unaware that he was about to become part of a tradition far older and more mysterious than anything recorded in the official logs. The first pale threads of dawn crept across the Atlantic horizon, like watercolour bleeding into wet paper, painting the sky in shades of pearl and rose that would have made the old masters weep with envy. Samuel Whitmore stood at the eastern window of the lighthouse, a steaming mug of coffee warming his hands, watching the familiar transformation that never failed to humble him. The storm that had been promised the night before had passed to the south, leaving behind only a gentle swell that made the moored fishing boats bob like contented ducks in Chatham Harbour. The lighthouse beam had completed its final rotation at dawn's first light, the automated system switching off with a soft electrical hum that seemed to echo through the tower's hollow spaces. In the sudden absence of that rhythmic sweep, the morning felt strangely quiet, as if the world were holding its breath before beginning another day. Samuel took a slow sip of his coffee, black, strong enough to wake the dead, brewed in the same blue enamel pot that Henrik Larsen had left behind, along with detailed instructions about proper ratios of grounds to water and the importance of never letting it boil. Coffee, Henrik had written in his meticulous handwriting on an index card tacked to the kitchen cabinet, is the lighthouse keeper's first and most sacred duty. Everything else follows from that foundation. The old Norwegian had been full of such pronouncements, delivered with the gravity of biblical commandments and the dry humour of a man who had spent 37 years talking primarily to seagulls and passing ships. Samuel had found dozens of these handwritten notes throughout the keeper's quarters, instructions for everything from adjusting the lens assembly to the proper technique for splitting firewood in damp weather. The morning inspection routine was as predictable as the tides, a carefully choreographed dance that Samuel had inherited from his predecessor and refined with his own methodical nature. First, the exterior walk around, checking the tower's foundation for storm damage, examining the guy wires that secured the radio antenna, testing the backup generator and fuel lines. The lighthouse had weathered the previous night's wind without complaint, its white-painted brick walls standing as solid and immutable as they had for nearly a century. Built in 1924, Gull's Rest Light Station represented the pinnacle of lighthouse engineering in an era when such structures were still considered vital to maritime safety. The tower rose 47 feet above the high tide mark, its walls 2 feet thick at the base and tapering to 18 inches at the lamp room. The original oil-burning lens assembly had been replaced with electric equipment in 1934, and the entire system automated in 1946. But the basic structure remained unchanged, a testament to the skill of engineers who built for permanence rather than planned obsolescence. Samuel circled the tower's base, his practiced eye noting everything. The small crack in the mortar between the third and fourth courses of brick that he had been monitoring for months. The slight discoloration on the southern wall where salt spray had left its mark. The tangle of kelp and driftwood that last night's surf had deposited on the rocky shore. Everything was as it should be, yet something nagged at the edge of his consciousness, a sense that details were slightly out of place. It wasn't until he reached the eastern side of the tower that he found what had been troubling him. There, wedged between 2 granite blocks of the foundation, something glinted in the morning sun. Samuel knelt for a closer look, his coffee growing cold in his forgotten mug. The object was small, no larger than a silver dollar, and appeared to be made of brass that had been polished to a mirror finish. Using his pocket knife, he carefully worked it free from its hiding place. The object was indeed brass, heavy and warm in his palm, intricately engraved with symbols that made his breath catch in his throat. It was a compass rose, identical in design to the mysterious markings he had discovered in the station logs, but this one was 3-dimensional, beautifully crafted with raised directional points and tiny numerals etched around its perimeter. At the centre, where a compass needle would normally pivot, was a small hole that seemed designed to accept a pin or mounting post. Samuel turned the brass disc over in his hands, marvelling at the craftsmanship. The engravings were worn smooth in places, suggesting considerable age, and the patina had the deep, mellow glow that brass acquired only after decades of handling. Along the outer edge, barely visible unless held at the correct angle to the light, were letters so small they seemed more like decorative scratches. H, L, K, M, J, S, T, B, S, Bu. His own initials, SW, were the last in the sequence, the brass still bright where they had been recently added. Samuel stared at the disc, his mind racing. The other initials could belong to previous lighthouse keepers. Henrik Larsson certainly fit HL. And Samuel knew from the station records that keepers Murphy, Saunders and Briggs had served here before Henrik's long tenure. But how had his own initials appeared on an object he had never seen before? A harsh cry from above made him look up to see his least favourite visitor preparing for another day of harassment. The seagull was enormous, even by Cape Cod standards, with a wingspan that could easily reach 4 feet, and an attitude that suggested it had appointed itself Inspector General of Lighthouse Operations. Henrik had mentioned the bird in his final briefing, referring to it with grudging respect as Admiral Bonaparte, due to its imperious manner and tendency to steal anything that wasn't nailed down. "Morning, Admiral," Samuel called up to the bird, which had perched on the lamproom's exterior catwalk with the proprietary air of a monarch surveying his domain. "I suppose you'll be wanting your breakfast soon." Admiral Bonaparte fixed him with one bright, intelligent eye, and let out a series of harsh cries that Samuel had learned to interpret as complaints about the quality of service since Henrik's departure. The old keeper had maintained a complex relationship with the gull, part warfare and part grudging mutual respect. Samuel was still learning the rules of engagement. The brass compass rose went into his shirt pocket as he completed the morning inspection, but his mind kept returning to its implications. The initials suggested a tradition passed down through generations of keepers, but for what purpose? And how had the object come to be wedged in the foundation at precisely the moment when Samuel was beginning to notice the coded markings in the logs? Back inside the lighthouse, Samuel climbed the spiral staircase to the lamp room, a journey of 83 steps that he had counted so many times it had become automatic. The stairs were cast iron, installed during the 1934 modernisation, and they rang like church bells under his boots. At the top, the Fresnel lens assembly dominated the circular room like a crystal cathedral, its precisely cut prisms designed to focus and amplify the electric lamp into a beam visible for 20 miles on a clear night. The lens was a work of art as much as engineering, crafted in Paris by the same firm that had created optical systems for lighthouses around the world. Each prism was hand-ground to mathematical precision, and the entire assembly rotated on a bed of mercury that eliminated friction while providing perfectly smooth motion. Samuel had spent hours studying the mechanism, fascinated by the elegant simplicity of its design and the way it transformed a relatively small electric bulb into a beacon that could guide ships safely through the treacherous waters off Cape Cod. This morning, however, his attention was drawn to something that shouldn't have been there. Between the lens assembly and the eastern window, barely visible unless viewed from precisely the correct angle, hung a thin copper wire. It was fine as a fishing line, stretched taut between 2 tiny eye screws that had been discreetly installed in the window frame and the lamp housing. From most positions in the room, the wire was invisible, but when the morning sun struck it at the proper angle, it gleamed like spun gold. Samuel examined the installation more closely, running his finger along the wire's length. The eye screws were old, their brass fittings green with verdigris, suggesting they had been in place for years. The wire itself showed signs of careful maintenance, no corrosion, no kinks or breaks that would indicate hasty installation. Someone had taken considerable time and care to create this setup, and had done so in a way that would escape casual notice. Following the wire's path, Samuel discovered that it led to a small wooden box tucked behind the lens assembly's gear housing. The box was about the size of a cigar humidor, crafted from what looked like teak, and fitted with brass corners and a tiny padlock. The wood had been oiled regularly, its surface glowing with the deep lustre that came from years of careful maintenance. The padlock was old but functional, its mechanism still smooth despite obvious age. Samuel tried his ring of station keys, but none fit the small keyhole. He was about to return to his quarters for tools when Admiral Bonaparte's raucous cry from outside gave him an idea. The brass compass rose in his pocket, had a small hole at its centre. Perhaps it served as more than just decoration. The compass rose fit the padlock's keyhole perfectly, turning with a soft click that spoke of precision engineering. Inside the wooden box, nestled in purple velvet that had faded to lavender with age, lay a collection of objects that took Samuel's breath away. There were dozens of brass instruments, tiny sextants, miniature chronometers, compass roses in various sizes, and what appeared to be coded wheels with rotating discs marked with letters and numbers. Beneath the instruments, a leather-bound journal lay open to a page covered with Henrik Larsson's familiar handwriting. But this wasn't the standardized language of official logs. This was personal, passionate, alive with enthusiasm for subjects that never appeared in Coast Guard documentation. October 15th, 1948, the entry began. Samuel arrives tomorrow to take over the station. I have watched him during his training visits, methodical, observant, respectful of the sea's moods. He has the temperament for the work, though he doesn't know it yet. The signs are clear. He pauses to study cloud formations, listens to the wind's warnings, and feels the pull of the tide in his bones. Murphy was right. The lighthouse chooses its own keepers. Samuel turned the page with trembling fingers, finding more entries that revealed a hidden world within the world he thought he knew. The network grows stronger each year. Kowalski at Race Point reports unusual shipping patterns, vessels that maintain radio silence and travel without running lights. Bradford at Highland Light confirms similar observations. We are the eyes and ears that official channels cannot acknowledge, the watchers who see what others choose to ignore. The codes work perfectly, hidden in plain sight among routine weather observations, invisible to anyone who doesn't know the key. The implications hit Samuel like a physical blow. Henrik and the other lighthouse keepers had been operating some sort of intelligence network, using their positions to monitor maritime activities that escaped official notice. The coded markings in the logs weren't random symbols. They were a sophisticated communication system, disguised as innocent marginalia. He flipped through more pages, finding detailed explanations of the coding system, lists of participating lighthouse stations along the New England coast, and careful documentation of suspicious vessels and their activities. The network had been tracking smuggling operations, monitoring foreign fishing fleets that ventured too close to territorial waters, and keeping watch for submarine activity during the tense years following World War II. The lighthouse keeper sees everything, Henrik had written in what appeared to be a philosophical moment, but understands that seeing and speaking are different responsibilities. We are guardians not just of ships, but of secrets, watchers at the threshold between the known world and the vast mystery beyond the horizon. The light we tend to illuminate's more than safe passage. It illuminates truth. Admiral Bonaparte's cry from outside brought Samuel back to the present moment. The sun had climbed higher while he read, and his coffee had long since grown cold. He carefully returned the journal to its velvet nest and locked the box, his mind reeling with the magnitude of what he had discovered. Henrik hadn't just been a lighthouse keeper. He had been part of a clandestine organisation that used the lighthouse system for purposes far beyond navigation. The brass compass rose felt heavier in his pocket now, weighted with significance he was only beginning to understand. As he descended the spiral staircase, Samuel found himself seeing the lighthouse with new eyes. Every shadow seemed to hide secrets. Every surface might conceal hidden compartments or coded messages. The routine inspections that had seemed so straightforward suddenly took on layers of meaning he had never suspected. In the kitchen, he brewed fresh coffee and sat at the small table, where Henrik had prepared thousands of meals in solitude. The view from this window encompassed Chatham Harbour and the shipping lanes beyond, an ideal vantage point for observing maritime traffic. Now Samuel understood why Henrik had spent so many hours here, seemingly just enjoying the view, but actually maintaining a careful watch for vessels that didn't belong. The radio crackled to life with the morning's first weather report, and Samuel automatically reached for his logbook to record the forecast. But as he opened to a fresh page, he found himself hesitating. Should he continue the official entries as always, or was it time to learn the true language of the lighthouse keeper's trade? Outside, Admiral Bonaparte had settled on the kitchen windowsill, fixing Samuel with an expectant stare that clearly communicated breakfast demands. The gull's presence seemed like a test. Henrik had left detailed instructions about feeding the Admiral, along with warnings about the bird's intelligence and memory for both kindness and slights. Perhaps this too was part of the lighthouse keeper's true responsibilities, maintaining relationships that went beyond human understanding. Samuel opened a can of sardines and stepped outside, holding the fish where Admiral Bonaparte could see them. The gull's reaction was immediate and dramatic. A series of harsh cries that sounded almost like laughter, followed by an aerial display that showcased the bird's considerable wingspan and acrobatic abilities. When the performance concluded, the Admiral settled on the lighthouse's exterior railing and fixed Samuel with a look that seemed to say, "Well, it's about time you figured out the proper protocol." As he fed the sardines to his demanding guest, Samuel found himself wondering how many secrets the Admiral had witnessed over the years. The bird's intelligence was unmistakable, and its longevity meant it had observed multiple generations of lighthouse keepers. Perhaps Admiral Bonaparte was more than just a demanding neighbour. Perhaps it too was part of the hidden network that operated in the shadows of official lighthouse duties. The morning sun climbed higher, warming the air and turning the sea from grey to blue-green, and Samuel settled into the day's routine with a new understanding of his role. He was not just a lighthouse keeper. He was an inheritor of traditions that stretched back through generations of watchers, a guardian of secrets as well as ships, a keeper of codes as well as lights. The brass compass rose in his pocket seemed to pulse with warmth, as if it were alive with the accumulated wisdom of all the keepers who had carried it before him. Soon he would need to learn its proper use, master the codes that would allow him to communicate with the other watchers along the coast, and take his place in a tradition far older and more mysterious than anything recorded in the official station logs. But for now, there was Admiral Bonaparte to feed, weather to observe, and the eternal rhythm of the lighthouse to maintain. 3 seconds on, 2 seconds dark. The pattern that had guided sailors for decades would continue, but Samuel now understood that it illuminated far more than safe passage through dangerous waters. The afternoon fog rolled in from the Atlantic like a living thing, silent and inexorable, transforming the familiar seascape into something from a dream. Samuel watched it advance from his position at the kitchen window, cup of tea growing cold in his hands as the mist swallowed first the distant shipping lanes, then the fishing boats returning early from their morning runs, and finally the rocky outcroppings that marked the entrance to Chatham Harbour. Within the span of 20 minutes, the world beyond Gull's Rest Point had simply vanished, leaving the lighthouse floating in a grey cocoon of silence, broken only by the distant moan of fog signals and the rhythmic whisper of waves against granite. This was the kind of weather that separated true lighthouse keepers from mere caretakers, Henrik had written in one of his margin notes. Fog, the old Norwegian had observed in his precise handwriting, is the sea's way of testing whether you understand that visibility and clarity are different things entirely. In the mist, you learn to see with more than eyes. Samuel was beginning to understand what his predecessor meant. The fog didn't just obscure the physical world, it seemed to strip away the barriers between past and present, making the lighthouse feel like a ship adrift in time itself. He had spent the morning reading Henrik's secret journal, discovering layer upon layer of hidden history that transformed his understanding of the lighthouse station. The network, as Henrik called it, had been operating since the 1920s, born from the practical reality that lighthouse keepers occupied the perfect positions to observe maritime activities that escaped official notice. During Prohibition, they had tracked rum runners and reported unusual shipping patterns to sympathetic Coast Guard officers. During World War II, they had watched for submarines and maintained secret radio contacts with naval intelligence. In the Cold War years that followed, they had evolved into something more sophisticated, an informal intelligence network that operated in the shadows of official channels. "We are the memory of the sea," Henrik had written in an entry dated just 3 months before his retirement. Each lighthouse holds the accumulated wisdom of all who served before, and each keeper adds his own observations to the eternal record. The official logs tell one story: wind speed, visibility, vessel counts, but the true logs tell another story entirely. They speak of patterns within patterns, of ships that appear where they shouldn't be, of signals that carry more than navigation information. The brass compass rose lay open on the kitchen table beside Henrik's journal, its polished surface reflecting the grey light that filtered through the fog. Samuel had spent hours studying the intricate engravings, using Henrik's magnifying glass to decipher symbols that seemed to shift and change, depending on the angle of view. The outer ring contained what appeared to be a substitution cipher, with each letter of the alphabet represented by a unique combination of dots and lines. The inner ring showed moon phases, tidal information, and what looked like seasonal shipping schedules for major Atlantic routes. But it was the human dimension of Henrik's journal that captivated Samuel most deeply. Between the technical descriptions of coding systems and surveillance protocols, the old keeper had recorded personal observations that painted a vivid picture of lighthouse life in an era when such stations were isolated outposts of civilization. Henrik had served during the golden age of lighthouse keeping, when keepers were expected to be meteorologist, radio operator, mechanic and philosopher all rolled into one. October storms are the worst, Henrik had written during his second year at Gull's Rest. Not for their violence. Cape Cod has seen worse weather than anything nature can throw at us now, but for their loneliness. When the wind howls for 3 days straight, and the waves climb high enough to throw spray over the lamproom, you begin to understand why so many keepers went strange in the old days. The sea talks to you in weather like that, and if you listen too closely you might start talking back. Samuel smiled at the image of his predecessor having philosophical conversations with Atlantic storms. Henrik had clearly been a man of deep feeling disguised as a practical technician, someone who found poetry in weather reports and meaning in the endless cycle of light and darkness. The journal entries revealed a complex personality, part scientist, part mystic, part stubborn Norwegian bachelor who had made the lighthouse his home for nearly 4 decades. The fog signal at Race Point Light moaned its deep bass note across the water, answered moments later by the higher-pitched horn at Highland Light. Samuel recognised the pattern. 2 long blasts every 30 seconds from Race Point, 3 short blasts every minute from Highland. During fog conditions, the lighthouse keepers maintained audio contact across the Cape, their signals carrying coded information along with navigation warnings. According to Henrik's notes, the network had developed an elaborate system of fog signal communications, hiding intelligence reports within the standard pattern of navigation aids. Samuel picked up the brass compass rose and aligned its directional points with the kitchen window, following Henrik's detailed instructions for decoding fog signal messages. Race Point's 2 long blasts, timed precisely 37 seconds apart rather than the standard 30, indicated unusual vessel activity in the northern shipping lanes. Highland Light's response, 3 short blasts with a barely perceptible pause between the second and third, confirmed receipt of the message and added the information that similar activity had been observed from their position. The precision required for such communication was staggering. Fog signal timing had to be accurate to the second, with variations so subtle that only trained listeners would notice them. Any keeper who tried to participate in the network would need years of practice to master the techniques, along with an intimate knowledge of normal fog signal patterns that would allow him to detect the coded variations. As if summoned by his thoughts, the radio crackled to life with a weather update from the Coast Guard station in Chatham. Gull's Rest Light Station, this is Coast Guard Chatham with your 1400 weather briefing. Fog conditions expected to persist through 1800 hours, visibility less than 1/4 mile, winds light and variable. Recommend extra vigilance for small craft operating in reduced visibility. Acknowledge, please. Samuel keyed the microphone and responded with a standard acknowledgement. But as he did so, he noticed something unusual about the Coast Guard operator's delivery. The words were properly spaced and clearly enunciated, but there were tiny pauses, microsecond hesitations, at specific points in the message. Following Henrik's coding system, Samuel transcribed the pause pattern. Dot dash, dot dot dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. Morse code for SOS. His blood chilled as he realised the implications. The Coast Guard operator was using the network's emergency signal, hidden within a routine weather briefing. Somewhere in the fog-shrouded waters around Cape Cod, Something was happening that required immediate attention from the lighthouse keepers. Samuel grabbed Henrik's journal and flipped to the emergency protocols section, his hands trembling slightly as he absorbed the detailed instructions for crisis situations. When the emergency signal is transmitted, Henrik had written, all participating stations switch to heightened observation mode. Visual scanning every 10 minutes, radio monitoring on all frequencies. Fog signal variations discontinued until all clear is given. The network exists primarily for such moments, when official channels cannot or will not acknowledge activities that threaten maritime safety or national security. Samuel immediately climbed to the lamp room and began systematic visual sweeps with the high-powered binoculars Henrik had hidden in the instrument box. The fog limited visibility to perhaps 200 yards, but within that circle of grey world, he could detect subtle variations in water patterns that might indicate vessel movement. The sea had its own language of wakes and swells, and experienced lighthouse keepers learned to read that language like a maritime version of tracking game through forest undergrowth. On his third sweep, Samuel caught a glimpse of something that made his breath catch. Moving slowly through the fog, barely visible as a darker shadow against the grey backdrop, was a vessel unlike any fishing boat or pleasure craft he had ever seen. It rode low in the water, painted in a matte black that seemed to absorb what little light penetrated the fog, and it moved with the deliberate silence of something designed to avoid detection. The craft appeared to be about 60 feet long, with sleek lines that suggested both speed and stealth. No running lights were visible, no registration numbers, no identifying marks of any kind. It moved parallel to the shore, maintaining a consistent distance that kept it just outside the normal shipping channels, while remaining close enough to shore for detailed observation of coastal installations. Samuel trained the binoculars on the vessel and began the systematic documentation process Henrik had outlined in the emergency protocols. Length estimated 60 feet. Beam approximately 12 feet. Draft shallow, probably less than 4 feet. Hull configuration, deep V with radar-absorbing angles. Propulsion, unknown but silent, possibly electric motors. Crew, at least 3 figures visible on deck wearing dark clothing and moving with military precision. The vessel carried what appeared to be sophisticated equipment. Antenna arrays that suggested advanced communications gear, and what looked like periscope-style optical devices mounted on rotating pedestals. Most disturbing of all, Samuel could see what appeared to be camera equipment aimed toward shore, systematically documenting the lighthouse and its surroundings. As he watched, one of the figures on deck raised what was clearly a military-style spotoscope and aimed it directly at the lighthouse. For a moment, Samuel felt exposed despite the fog, as if those distant eyes could penetrate the mist and see him crouched in the lamp room with his binoculars. The sensation was unnerving, a reminder that the lighthouse's position made it as visible to potential enemies as it did to ships seeking safe harbour. The mysterious vessel continued its parallel course for perhaps 15 minutes, during which Samuel documented every detail he could observe. The fog began to thin slightly as the afternoon wore on, and the craft's silhouette became more distinct. Samuel could see now that it carried sophisticated radio gear, multiple antennas of different types, satellite communication dishes, and what looked like electronic listening equipment. This was clearly an intelligence-gathering vessel, designed for stealth surveillance of coastal installations. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the craft altered course and disappeared into the fog bank, moving with the same silent efficiency that had marked its approach. Samuel maintained his watch for another hour, but the vessel did not reappear. Finally, as the fog began to lift and normal visibility returned, he descended to the radio room and began encoding his observations using the system Henrik had documented in such careful detail. The coding process was complex, requiring multiple layers of encryption that disguised the intelligence report as routine weather observations and vessel counts. Samuel translated his measurements into code numbers, converted his directional bearings into compass rose symbols, and embedded timing information in what appeared to be temperature readings. The final result looked exactly like a standard lighthouse log entry, indistinguishable from thousands of similar reports filed by lighthouse keepers throughout New England. 14:30 hours, the coded entry read. Visibility improving to 3/4 mile. Wind northwest at 8 knots. Temperature 49 degrees Fahrenheit. One vessel observed proceeding east-northeast. Estimated length 60 feet, dark hull, no visible registration. The vessel maintained course parallel to shore for approximately 15 minutes before proceeding seaward. Sea state calm, barometric pressure steady. To any casual reader, including Coast Guard inspectors or other officials, the entry would appear routine and unremarkable. But to other members of the network, the coded information would reveal the presence of an unidentified surveillance vessel operating in waters where no such craft should legitimately be found. Samuel transmitted the coded report via fog signal, using the pattern Henrik had specified for intelligence communications. The message went out as a series of precisely timed horn blasts that would be recorded by lighthouse keepers at Race Point, Highland Light, and other participating stations along the Cape Cod coastline. Within hours, the information would be distributed throughout the network, analysed for patterns, and forwarded through unofficial channels to intelligence agencies that maintained cooperative relationships with the Lighthouse Keepers organisation. As evening approached and the fog finally lifted completely, Samuel found himself looking at the familiar seascape with entirely new eyes. The fishing boats returning to harbour, the pleasure craft heading for safe anchorage, the distant freighters following the established shipping lanes, all of these were part of the normal maritime traffic that lighthouse keepers had observed for generations. But now he understood that hidden among the routine activities, other vessels moved with different purposes, carrying out missions that official channels could not acknowledge. The network existed to watch for such activities, to serve as the nation's early warning system for threats that approached from the sea. Lighthouse keepers were uniquely positioned for such observations. They maintained constant watches, they understood maritime activities, and their stations commanded excellent views of coastal approaches. Most importantly, they operated outside normal military and intelligence hierarchies, making them ideal for observing activities that might be overlooked or deliberately ignored by official agencies. Henrik's journal contained dozens of similar reports dating back to the early days of the Cold War. Soviet fishing fleets that operated too close to shore, monitoring American naval exercises and documenting coastal installations. Unidentified submarines that surfaced briefly in shipping lanes, testing American response times and gathering intelligence about patrol patterns. Mysterious aircraft that flew low over coastal areas during fog conditions, using the limited visibility to avoid detection by radar installations. "We are the guardians at the threshold," Henrik had written in one of his more philosophical moments, "the watchers who stand between the known world and the vast mystery beyond the horizon. Our lights guide honest sailors to safety, but they also illuminate the activities of those who prefer darkness for their work. The network exists because some truths are too important to trust to official channels, and some dangers too subtle for conventional detection." As night fell and the lighthouse beam began its eternal rotation, Samuel prepared for his first coded communication with other network stations. Using Henrik's radio equipment, hidden behind false panels in the communications room, he would participate in the nightly intelligence briefing that connected lighthouse keepers from Maine to the Carolinas. The briefing would be disguised as routine weather communications, but it would actually be a comprehensive intelligence report covering suspicious activities, unusual vessel movements, and potential security threats along the entire eastern seaboard. The brass compass rose lay open beside the radio console, its polished surface reflecting the glow of vacuum tubes and instrument dials. Samuel had spent hours studying Henrik's coding manuals, practicing the complex translation process that converted intelligence observations into innocent-sounding weather reports. Tonight he would add his own voice to the chorus of watchers who maintained their vigil along America's coastline. Admiral Bonaparte appeared at the communications room window, attracted perhaps by the unusual activity, or simply following his evening routine of demanding attention. The gull fixed Samuel with an intelligent stare that seemed to hold approval, as if the bird understood that the lighthouse keeper was finally beginning to comprehend his true responsibilities. Outside, the Atlantic stretched endlessly toward the horizon, its surface painted silver by moonlight, and crossed by the steady beam of Gull's Rest light. Somewhere in that vastness, the vessels moved with purposes both innocent and sinister, carrying out missions that would never appear in any public record. The lighthouse keepers watched them all, recording their observations in codes that transformed routine log entries into intelligence reports, maintaining a vigilance that had protected American shores for decades. 3 seconds on 2 seconds dark, the lighthouse beam continued its ancient rhythm, but Samuel now understood that it illuminated more than safe passage through dangerous waters. It was part of a communication system that connected watchers across vast distances, a beacon that signalled not just geographic position but America's continued vigilance against threats that approached from the sea. The network was awakening, responding to his report of the mysterious surveillance vessel, and Samuel felt the weight of his new responsibilities settling around him like Henrik's old keeper's coat. He was no longer just a lighthouse keeper. He was a guardian of secrets, a keeper of codes, a watcher at the threshold between the known world and the vast mystery beyond the horizon. The moon hung like a silver coin above the Atlantic, casting a shimmering path across waters so still they seemed more like polished obsidian than the restless ocean Samuel had come to know. It was the kind of night that made the lighthouse beam seem almost unnecessary. Visibility stretched to the horizon in every direction, stars reflected in the calm surface, and the gentle swell moved with the slow rhythm of the Earth's own breathing. Yet it was precisely on such deceptively peaceful nights, Henrik's journal had warned, that the most interesting maritime activities tended to occur. Samuel had been maintaining the midnight watch for 3 weeks now, ever since his first encounter with the mysterious surveillance vessel. The network's nightly radio briefings had become as much a part of his routine as checking the weather instruments or recording vessel counts, and he had learned to recognize the voices of lighthouse keepers from stations stretching from Bar Harbor to Cape Hatteras. Each keeper had his own style of coded communication. Old Pete from Pemaquid Point favoured nautical metaphors, while Johnson at Cape Henry embedded his intelligence reports in elaborate discussions of bird migration patterns. Tonight's briefing had carried an undercurrent of tension that the carefully neutral language could not entirely disguise. Multiple stations were reporting increased activity from unidentified vessels, all following similar patterns. Sleek, fast craft operating without lights, maintaining radio silence, and showing particular interest in lighthouse installations and Coast Guard facilities. The pattern suggested coordination at a level far beyond mere smuggling or fishing violations. Weather conditions remain optimal for extended observation, was the coded message from Montauk Point. Translation: visibility, excellent, unusual vessel activity continuing. Migratory patterns showing significant deviation from seasonal norms, Race Point had reported, meaning foreign aircraft or ships had been detected operating in areas where they had no legitimate business. Barometric pressure is steady but bears close monitoring, Highland Light had added. No immediate threat, but the situation required continued vigilance. Samuel adjusted the focus on Henrik's high-powered night binoculars and resumed his systematic scan of the horizon. The glasses were exceptional instruments, German-made with coated lenses that gathered available light with remarkable efficiency. Henrik had acquired them through network channels during the late 1940s, part of a program that equipped lighthouse keepers with military surplus optical equipment for intelligence gathering purposes. The binoculars could resolve details at distances that made conventional lighthouse watches seem primitive by comparison. The eastern horizon showed the usual scatter of navigation lights freighters, following the established shipping lanes, their positions and headings as predictable as clockwork. To the south, the lights of a Coast Guard cutter marked the patrol boat's methodical search pattern, responding perhaps to reports of unusual activity in the area. But it was to the north, in the darker waters beyond Provincetown, that Samuel's attention was drawn by something that didn't belong. At first, it was nothing more than an absence, a moving shadow, that briefly occluded stars, a disturbance in the water's reflection that suggested the passage of something large and silent. Samuel tracked the phenomenon with patient persistence, using the lighthouse beam's rotation to mark intervals and estimate the object's speed and direction. Whatever was out there moved with purpose, maintaining a steady course that would bring it closer to Gull's rest point. 20 minutes of careful observation revealed the truth. A vessel was approaching under full blackout conditions, showing no lights whatsoever, moving at precisely the speed that would minimize wake disturbance. Through the night binoculars, Samuel could make out the sleek silhouette of what appeared to be a military patrol boat, perhaps 90 feet in length, with the low profile and angular surfaces that characterize stealth design. This was no fishing vessel or pleasure craft. This was purpose-built naval architecture, designed for operations that required avoiding detection. The craft maintained its approach for another 10 minutes, before altering course to run parallel to the shoreline, precisely matching the pattern that the surveillance vessel had followed during that fog incident. Samuel began the documentation process that Henrik had refined over decades of observation, noting course changes, speed variations, and any equipment visible on the vessel's deck. The ship carried sophisticated antenna arrays, multiple radar installations, and what appeared to be electronic listening equipment capable of intercepting radio communications over vast distances. As the mysterious vessel passed closest to the lighthouse, perhaps a mile offshore, Samuel noticed something that made his blood run cold. Mounted on the ship's superstructure was what appeared to be a high-powered optical device, and it was aimed directly at Gull's rest light. For several minutes, the lighthouse itself was under observation by whoever operated the surveillance equipment aboard the stealth vessel. Samuel felt exposed despite the darkness, aware that his own activities might be monitored by the same people he was trying to observe. The radio crackled softly with routine traffic. A Coast Guard weather update, a fishing boat reporting its position, a freighter requesting clearance to enter Boston Harbor. But embedded within the routine communications, Samuel detected the subtle variations that indicated network activity. Someone else had spotted the stealth vessel and was reporting its presence through the coded fog signal patterns that connected lighthouse stations throughout the region. The vessel continued its patrol for nearly an hour, systematically documenting every detail of the coastline from Chatham to Provincetown. Samuel watched through the binoculars as sophisticated cameras recorded lighthouse positions, Coast Guard facilities, and harbour approaches with the thoroughness of a military reconnaissance mission. This was intelligence gathering on a scale that went far beyond mere criminal activity. This was state-sponsored surveillance of American coastal defences. Then, as abruptly as it had appeared, the stealth vessel altered course and headed seaward, disappearing into the darkness with the same silent efficiency that had marked its approach. Samuel maintained his watch for another hour, but the ship did not return. Finally, as the first pale hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, he descended to the communications room to encode his observations for transmission to the network. The coding process had become second nature over the past 3 weeks, but tonight's report required special care. The systematic nature of the surveillance vessel's activities suggested a level of threat that the network had not encountered since the height of the Cold War. Samuel embedded his measurements and observations within what appeared to be routine weather data, using Henrik's most sophisticated encryption methods to disguise the intelligence value of his report. 0330 hours, the coded entry read, clear skies with excellent visibility extending to horizon, wind calm, seas flat, temperature 42 degrees Fahrenheit. A large vessel observed proceeding southeastward at approximately 15 knots, estimated length 90 feet, no running lights displayed. The vessel maintained parallel course to shoreline for 57 minutes before heading seaward. Unusual antenna configuration observed. Weather conditions are expected to remain stable through morning hours. The report went out via the network's radio channels, disguised as routine weather communications but carrying intelligence that would be analysed by experts at multiple agencies. Within hours, Samuel's observations would be correlated with reports from other lighthouse stations, satellite surveillance data, and electronic intelligence gathered by monitoring stations along the coast. The network's strength lay not in any single observation, but in the comprehensive picture that emerged when dozens of lighthouse keepers contributed their individual pieces to the larger puzzle. As morning broke over Cape Cod, Samuel found himself thinking about the human cost of the surveillance activities he'd witnessed. Somewhere aboard that stealth vessel, men and women were carrying out orders that required them to operate in the shadow world between war and peace, gathering intelligence that might prevent conflicts or might precipitate them. The lighthouse keepers who watched them were engaged in the same ambiguous work, patriots serving their country through activities that could never be officially acknowledged. Henrik's journal contained numerous meditations on this theme, the moral complexity of intelligence work conducted by civilians who had never signed up for such responsibilities. "We are not spies," Henrik had written during the Cuban Missile Crisis, "but we see what spies cannot see, and we know what official channels dare not acknowledge. The lighthouse keeper stands at the intersection of public service and national security, charged with protecting both maritime safety and state secrets. It is a burden that history has placed upon you, not one we chose for ourselves." The morning brought routine activities that provided welcome relief from the intensity of the night watch. Samuel completed his inspection of the lighthouse equipment, recorded the standard weather observations, and fed Admiral Bonaparte his daily ration of sardines. The gull seemed unusually subdued, as if it too sensed the significance of the previous night's activities. Admiral Bonaparte had witnessed decades of mysterious vessels and coded communications, serving as an unwitting guardian of secrets that could never be officially recorded. By noon, the radio traffic had returned to normal patterns, with no indication that the previous night's activities had ever occurred. Coast Guard patrols reported routine conditions, fishing vessels went about their daily business, and the shipping lanes carried their usual complement of commercial traffic. Only the lighthouse keepers knew that foreign intelligence vessels continued to probe American coastal defenses, testing response times and documenting defensive installations with impunity. The afternoon mail brought an unexpected reminder of the world beyond the lighthouse's isolated perimeter. Among the routine correspondence and supply catalogues was a hand-addressed envelope bearing the return address of Henrik Larsson's cottage in Provincetown. Samuel opened it with curiosity, finding a brief note written in the old keeper's familiar handwriting. "Samuel," the note began, "I hope you are settling well into the rhythms of the station. I've been thinking about our conversation regarding the importance of maintaining accurate weather records, and I wonder if you might have occasion to visit me for tea sometime soon. There are aspects of record keeping that are best discussed in person, particularly regarding the proper interpretation of unusual atmospheric phenomena. I have some materials that might be helpful for your continuing education in meteorological observation." The note was signed simply H. Larsson, but Samuel recognized the coded language immediately. Henrik was inviting him to a face-to-face briefing on network activities, probably in response to the increased surveillance vessel activity that had been reported throughout the region. The reference to unusual atmospheric phenomena was network terminology for foreign intelligence operations, and the offer of material suggested that Henrik had information too sensitive for radio transmission. Samuel composed his reply using the same coded language, accepting the invitation and suggesting a time that would allow him to arrange relief coverage for the lighthouse station. Such meetings between active and retired network members were rare, conducted only when circumstances required the transfer of information that could not safely be transmitted through normal channels. Henrik's invitation suggested that the situation was more serious than Samuel had realized. The sun climbed higher as the day progressed, burning off the morning haze and revealing a seascape that showed no trace of the previous night's dramatic activities. Fishing boats worked the offshore waters with their usual industry. Pleasure craft dotted the calmer areas near shore, and the steady stream of commercial traffic followed the established shipping lanes with mechanical precision. It was a scene of peaceful maritime activity that gave no hint of the intelligence warfare being conducted beneath the surface of routine operations. Yet Samuel now understood that every vessel on the horizon carried potential significance. That fishing boat riding unusually low in the water, was it simply heavy with catch? Or did it carry equipment that had no legitimate place aboard a commercial fishing vessel? The yacht proceeded southward. With unnecessary speed, was its owner simply eager to reach port? Or was the vessel carrying out reconnaissance activities disguised as recreational boating? The freighter that had altered course slightly to pass closer to shore was the captain correcting for current and wind, or was someone aboard documenting coastal installations? The network existed to ask such questions and to provide answers that official agencies could not obtain through conventional means. Lighthouse keepers were uniquely positioned to make such observations, maintaining constant watches from fixed positions that commanded excellent views of maritime approaches. Their reports, when properly analysed and correlated, provided intelligence agencies with information that satellite surveillance and electronic monitoring could not duplicate. As evening approached, Samuel prepared for another night watch, knowing that the mysterious surveillance vessel might return to continue its systematic documentation of coastal defences. The lighthouse beam began its eternal rotation as sunset painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, and the first stars appeared in the darkening sky. 3 seconds on, 2 seconds dark, the rhythm that had guided. Mariners for decades continued unchanged, but Samuel now understood that it carried messages far more complex than simple navigation information. The radio brought the evening's coded briefings from network stations throughout New England, each report disguised as routine weather communications, but carrying intelligence that painted a disturbing picture of coordinated surveillance activities. The stealth vessel that Samuel had observed was apparently part of a larger operation, with similar craft reported off multiple lighthouse stations from Maine to North Carolina. The scope of the intelligence gathering suggested preparation for operations far more significant than routine espionage. Henrik's journal contained references to similar periods of heightened activity, usually preceding major international crises or changes in global political alignments. The network had detected increased Soviet naval activity months before the Berlin crisis, had observed unusual shipping patterns that preceded the Korean conflict, and had documented surveillance activities that later proved to be preparation for intelligence operations throughout the Western Hemisphere. "We are the early warning system that no one acknowledges," Henrik had written during the height of the Cold War. "The watchers who see the storm clouds gathering, while others enjoy the illusion of peaceful skies. Our reports may prevent wars or may simply document the preliminary moves in conflicts that have already begun. We will never know which, and perhaps that is for the best. Knowledge of consequences might make us hesitant to report what we observe, and hesitation in intelligence work can cost lives." As midnight approached, Samuel took his position in the lamproom with Henrik's night binoculars, ready to resume the patient surveillance that had become his primary responsibility. The moon had risen higher, casting even more light across waters that remained calm and deceptively peaceful. Somewhere in that silver-painted vastness, vessels moved with purposes both innocent and sinister, carrying out missions that would never appear in any official record. The lighthouse beams swept across the water with hypnotic regularity, and Samuel settled into the rhythm of the night watch. 3 seconds on, 2 seconds dark. The pattern had guided ships safely to harbour for generations, but tonight it might also illuminate activities that threatened the very peace it was designed to protect. The network was watching, recording, and reporting, maintaining a vigilance that had protected American shores for decades. Admiral Bonaparte appeared at the lamproom window, drawn perhaps by the unusual intensity of Samuel's activities, or simply following his nocturnal routine of demanding attention. The gull fixed Samuel with an intelligent stare that seemed to convey understanding of the serious nature of the work being conducted. Admiral Bonaparte had witnessed decades of mysterious vessels and coded communications, serving as an unofficial witness to activities that existed in the shadow world between public service and national security. The night stretched ahead, full of possibilities both routine and extraordinary. Samuel maintained his watch with the patience that lighthouse keeping had taught him, knowing that the most significant observations often came during the quiet hours when the world seemed most peaceful. The network depended on such vigilance, and Samuel had become part of a tradition that stretched back through generations of watchers who had stood guard at the threshold between the known world and the vast mystery beyond the horizon. 3 seconds on 2 seconds dark, the lighthouse beam continued its ancient rhythm, but Samuel now understood that it illuminated more than safe passage through dangerous waters. It was part of a communication system that connected watchers across vast distances, a beacon that signalled America's continued vigilance against threats that approached from the sea. The ships that moved through the night carried their secrets with them, but the lighthouse keepers saw everything, recorded everything, and reported everything that might threaten the peace that their lights were sworn to protect. The autumn storm arrived like an old enemy returning to settle unfinished business, announced first by the restless stirring of Admiral Bonaparte on his customary perch, and then by the subtle shift in barometric pressure that Samuel's weathered bones had learned to read as accurately as any instrument. The morning sky showed deceptive patches of blue between gathering clouds, but the wind carried the metallic taste of distant lightning and the promise of violence that would test every joint and girder of the lighthouse's century-old construction. Samuel had postponed his planned visit to Henrik Larsen's cottage in Provincetown, recognising the signs of a nor'easter that would demand his full attention for the next 48 hours. Such storms were the lighthouse keeper's ultimate examination, separating those who merely tended automated equipment from those who truly understood their role as guardians against the sea's fury. The weather radio crackled with increasingly urgent warnings as the storm system strengthened over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, building the energy that would soon be unleashed against the Cape Cod coastline. Storm warnings now in effect from Bar Harbor to Cape Hatteras, the Coast Guard meteorologist announced with professional calm that barely masked the significance of the approaching system. Winds increased to 55 knots with gusts to 75 knots, seas building to 15 to 20 feet, occasionally to 25 feet. All mariners advised to seek immediate shelter. This is a dangerous storm system with the potential for significant structural damage to exposed installations. Samuel methodically prepared the lighthouse for the coming assault, following procedures that Henrik had refined over decades of storm experience. Emergency fuel supplies were checked and secured, backup generators tested and positioned for immediate use, radio equipment protected against power surges, and all loose equipment either removed or lashed down with military precision. The lighthouse had survived worse storms than this one promised to be, but each tempest demanded respect and preparation that could mean the difference between riding out the weather safely and facing catastrophic failure. The lamp room received special attention, its massive Fresnel lens and rotating mechanism representing the lighthouse's primary function and most vulnerable components. Samuel checked the motor mounts, verified the mercury-bearing system, and tested the backup manual rotation procedures that would keep the light operational even if electric power failed. The beacon's reliability during storm conditions was not just a matter of professional pride. Ships caught in the tempest would depend on that steady flash for their survival. By noon, the wind had increased to 30 knots, driving the first sheets of rain against the lighthouse windows with a sound like rice being thrown against glass. The sea had begun its transformation from the placid surface Samuel had known for weeks into something altogether more primitive and dangerous. Waves that had measured 2 to 3 feet in the calm weather now reached 6 feet and continued building, their tops torn off by the strengthening wind and flung as spray that reached halfway up the lighthouse tower. The afternoon brought a temporary lull that experienced storm watchers knew was merely the calm before the real fury began. Samuel used this respite to complete his preparations and to transmit what might be his final weather report for some time. The network's radio channels hummed with similar preparations as lighthouse keepers throughout New England battened down for the storm, their coded communications carrying both routine weather data and intelligence reports that took on added urgency as surveillance activities would be temporarily suspended. "Gulls rest light to all stations," Samuel transmitted in the formal language that the network used for emergency situations. Barometric pressure 28.65 and falling rapidly. Winds northeast at 35 knots, gusting to 50. Seas 8 to 10 feet and building. All observation activities suspended until further notice. The station will maintain an emergency watch schedule throughout the event. Request all stations acknowledge and report status. The responses came back from lighthouse stations stretching from Maine to the Carolinas, each keeper reporting similar preparations for what promised to be one of the most significant storms in recent memory. Highland Light reported winds already reaching 45 knots. Race Point Light had recorded a barometric pressure reading that suggested the storm's centre would pass uncomfortably close to Cape Cod. Montauk Point Light warned that the storm surge might reach levels not seen since the hurricane of 1944. As evening approached, the storm's full power began to manifest itself. The wind increased to a constant 45 knots, with gusts that made the lighthouse tower sway perceptibly, a motion that Samuel felt in his bones as much as observed with his eyes. The sound became a living thing, not just wind, but a symphony of destruction that included the shriek of air forced through guy wires, the thunderous crash of waves against granite foundations, and the deeper, more ominous groan of the lighthouse structure as it flexed under pressures it had been designed to withstand, but which still tested the limits of human engineering. The lamp room became Samuel's command post for the storm, its elevated position providing the best vantage point for monitoring conditions, while keeping him close to the lighthouse's most critical systems. The great lens continued its patient rotation, casting its beam acrow, a seascape that had been transformed into something from maritime nightmares. Waves now reached 15 feet and continued building, their faces steep and angry, breaking in explosions of foam that the wind caught and hurled horizontally across the water's surface. Rain drove against the lamproom windows with machine gun intensity, reducing visibility to near zero, but occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of a sea gone mad with its own power. The lighthouse beam cut through the chaos like a sword of the light, maintaining its steady 3-second flash that had guided mariners for generations. Samuel took professional satisfaction in the beacon's reliability, even as he fought mounting concern about the storm's continued intensification. The radio brought increasingly dire reports from throughout the region. A fishing vessel had missed its scheduled check-in from waters near Stellwagen Bank. Coast Guard rescue operations had been suspended due to conditions that made helicopter flights impossible and rendered even their largest cutters ineffective. Amateur radio operators reported widespread power outages as the storm's outer bands reached shore, toppling trees and snapping power lines with casual efficiency. It was during the storm's peak intensity, sometime around midnight when the wind reached its maximum fury and the waves climbed to heights that challenged the lighthouse's elevated position, that Samuel made the discovery that would change everything he thought he knew about Gull's Restlight Station. A particularly violent gust, stronger than any that had preceded it, struck the lighthouse with such force that something in the lamproom structure gave way with an audible crack that cut through even the storm's roar. Samuel immediately began a systematic inspection, fearing damage to the lens assembly or rotation mechanism that would disable the beacon when it was most desperately needed. But the lighthouse's critical systems appeared unaffected. The sound had come from elsewhere, a structural failure that seemed to have occurred behind the eastern instrument panel where Henrik had installed various weather monitoring devices over the years. Closer investigation revealed that the instrument panel itself had shifted, pulling away from the wall by several inches and exposing a gap that should not have existed. Samuel played his flashlight into the opening and discovered that what he had assumed was a solid wall was actually a cunningly disguised access panel, painted and finished to appear identical to the surrounding structure. The violent motion of the lighthouse under the storm's assault had jarred the hidden panel loose from its concealed mounting system. Behind the false wall lay a compartment that extended deep into the lighthouse's structure, fitted with shelves and storage areas that clearly predated Samuel's arrival at the station. The space contained materials that took his breath away. Not just Henrik's personal belongings, but documents and equipment that represented decades of network activities. Files, photographs, communication equipment, and detailed maps covered with notations in multiple hands stretched back through what appeared to be the entire history of lighthouse intelligence operations. The discovery was overwhelming in its scope and implications. This was not just Henrik's personal archive, but the accumulated records of every lighthouse keeper who had served at Gull's Rest Point since the network's establishment. Each keeper had added his own contributions to the collection, creating a comprehensive intelligence database that documented maritime activities in the region with a level of detail that no official agency could match. Samuel found photographs of vessels that had never appeared in any public record, detailed technical specifications for foreign naval equipment, copies of intercepted communications and analytical reports that revealed patterns in maritime activities that spanned decades. The network had been far more sophisticated than he had imagined. Not just a loose association of lighthouse keepers sharing observations, but a carefully organised intelligence operation with professional standards and comprehensive record-keeping systems. Among the files, Samuel discovered his own name on documents that predated his assignment to Gulls Rest Light by several years. The network had apparently been monitoring his Coast Guard service, evaluating his suitability for lighthouse duties that went far beyond routine station maintenance. His assignment to Gulls Rest had not been the random personnel decision he had assumed, but a carefully planned recruitment into an organisation whose existence was known only to its members. The storm continued its assault on the lighthouse throughout the night, but Samuel found himself absorbed in the hidden archive despite the chaos raging outside. Each file revealed new aspects of the network's operations, new understanding of the scope and significance of the work that lighthouse keepers had been conducting in secret for generations. The organisation had prevented smuggling operations, documented foreign naval activities, provided early warning of military build-ups, and maintained surveillance of activities that official agencies could not monitor directly. Henrik's contribution to the archive was particularly extensive, reflecting his 37 years of service and his position as one of the network's senior coordinators. His files documented the evolution of the organisation from its informal beginnings during Prohibition through its sophisticated operations during World War II and the Cold War. Maps showed vessel movement patterns that revealed intelligence operations, smuggling routes, and naval exercises that had never been publicly acknowledged. One file contained correspondence between Henrik and lighthouse keepers throughout the Atlantic and Gulf coasts, revealing that the network's reach extended far beyond New England. Keepers in Florida monitored Cuban activities, those in the Carolinas watched for Soviet naval movements, and stations in Maine maintained surveillance of Canadian waters where foreign submarines occasionally surfaced for intelligence-gathering operations. The organisation had created an intelligence network that stretched along thousands of miles of American coastline. As dawn approached and the storm finally began to exhaust its fury, Samuel found himself reading documents that revealed the network's most closely guarded secrets. The organisation maintained cooperative relationships with multiple intelligence agencies, providing information that official channels could not obtain while receiving equipment and training that enhanced their observation capabilities. The lighthouse keepers operated in a grey area between civilian and military service, performing duties that were essential to national security but which could never be officially acknowledged. The morning brought calmer weather and the opportunity to assess storm damage throughout the region. The lighthouse had weathered the tempest with minimal harm, some minor flooding in the lower levels, a few broken windows, and the displaced instrument panel that had led to Samuel's remarkable discovery. But the hidden archive represented damage of a different sort, the exposure of secrets that had been carefully protected for decades. Samuel realized that he faced a decision that would define his future relationship with the network. The archive's existence was clearly known only to a select few within the organisation, probably senior coordinators like Henrik, who maintained the historical records and recruited new members. The storm had revealed the hiding place by accident, but Samuel's response to the discovery would determine whether he was trusted with the network's most sensitive operations. The radio crackled back to life as power was restored throughout the region, bringing reports from network stations that had survived the storm. Highland Light reported minor structural damage but full operational capability. Racepoint Light had lost radio communications temporarily, but was back online with all systems functioning. Montauk Point Light had experienced flooding, but expected to resume normal operations within hours. Hidden within the routine damage reports, Samuel detected coded messages that revealed the network's concern about the storm's impact on ongoing intelligence operations. The surveillance vessels that had been monitoring the coast would have sought shelter during the tempest, but their activities would resume as soon as conditions permitted. The network needed to re-establish its watch schedules and prepare for the resumption of observation duties that had been temporarily suspended. Samuel carefully returned the archive materials to their hiding place and repositioned the instrument panel to conceal the compartment's existence. The secret would remain safe until he could discuss his discovery with Henrik, whose invitation for a meeting now carried new significance. The old keeper had clearly intended to reveal these deeper aspects of network operations, but the storm had accelerated the timeline in ways that no one could have anticipated. Admiral Bonaparte appeared at the lamproom window as the sun broke through the dissipating clouds, the gull's presence a welcome return to normalcy after the night's revelations. The bird seemed subdued by the storm's fury, but otherwise unaffected, having ridden out the tempest with the same stoic endurance that had characterized lighthouse keepers for generations. Admiral Bonaparte had witnessed decades of storms and secrets, serving as an unofficial guardian of activities that existed in the shadow world between public service and national security. The afternoon brought the first clear weather in days, revealing a seascape scoured clean by the storm's passage. The fishing fleet began venturing out from protected harbours, their crews eager to resume operations after the forced layoff. Coast Guard vessels resumed their patrols, checking for storm damage and searching for any vessels that might have been caught in the tempest. The routine activities of maritime life gradually returned to normal, but Samuel knew that beneath the surface, other activities were also resuming. The surveillance operations that the network existed to monitor and report. As evening approached, Samuel prepared to transmit his post-storm report to network stations throughout the region. The message would include routine damage assessments and operational status updates, but it would also carry coded information about his discovery of the hidden archive. The network's senior coordinators needed to know that the storm had compromised one of their most carefully guarded secrets, and that decisions would need to be made about how to proceed. The lighthouse beam resumed its eternal rotation as sunset painted the sky in shades of gold and crimson, and the first stars appeared in the clearing sky. 3 seconds on, 2 seconds dark. The rhythm that had guided mariners through the storm continued unchanged, but Samuel now understood that it carried messages far more complex than simple navigation information. The network was awakening after the tempest, preparing to resume its vigilance against threats that approached from the sea. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world changed by its fury but ultimately unchanged in its essential character. Ships would again traverse the shipping lanes, surveillance vessels would resume their covert activities, and lighthouse keepers would maintain their watch from stations that commanded the best views of maritime approaches. The network's work would continue, as it had for generations, protecting American shores through activities that existed in the shadows of official acknowledgement. But for Samuel Whitmore, lighthouse keeper at Gull's Rest Point, the storm had revealed secrets that would forever change his understanding of his role and responsibilities. He was no longer just a guardian of ships and lights, but a keeper of secrets that reached back through decades of hidden history. The lighthouse stood as solid and dependable as ever, but Samuel now knew that beneath its familiar exterior lay mysteries that connected him to a tradition far older and more complex than anything recorded in the official logs. The drive to Provincetown took Samuel through a landscape transformed by the storm's passage, where autumn's gentle decline had been accelerated into winter's sharp clarity by wind and rain that had stripped the last leaves from oak and maple trees. Salt spray had reached miles inland, leaving a crystalline residue on windows and car windshields that caught the morning sun like scattered diamonds. The road itself bore testimony to the tempest's power. Fallen branches cleared hastily to the shoulders, power lines still being repaired by crews who had worked through the night, and sand drifts that marked where the storm surge had overrun coastal barriers. Henrik Larsson's cottage sat on a quiet street 2 blocks from Provincetown's harbour, a modest Cape Cod colonial that seemed to have grown from the landscape rather than been imposed upon it. The weathered cedar shingles had aged to silver grey, and the small front garden showed evidence of careful tending despite the recent storm's disruption. A wooden sign by the front door read simply, H. Larsson, in carved letters that had been painted and repainted so many times that the original wood was barely visible beneath layers of accumulated care. Samuel had left the lighthouse in the capable hands of Coast Guard Petty Officer Morrison, a young technician who possessed the mechanical aptitude to maintain the automated systems, but lacked the deeper understanding that lighthouse keeping truly required. The arrangement was temporary just long enough for Samuel to meet with Henrik and discuss discoveries that could not safely be communicated through radio channels, no matter how sophisticated the coding systems might be. Henrik answered the door before Samuel could knock, his weathered face creased in a smile that suggested he'd been watching for his visitor's arrival. The old Norwegian moved with the careful precision of someone whose body had been shaped by decades of physical labour, but his eyes retained the sharp intelligence that had made him one of the network's most valuable coordinators. At 73, Henrik Larsen remained formidable in ways that went far beyond mere physical presence. "Samuel," Henrik said, extending a hand that felt like weathered oak, "I trust the lighthouse survived the storm without too much damage. Admiral Bonaparte weathered it well. I hope that bird has survived more tempest than most sailors." The cottage's interior reflected Henrik's personality with surprising completeness. Nautical charts covered the walls, their surfaces marked with notations in multiple, hands that recorded observations spanning decades. Maritime artifacts filled every available surface. Compass roses, ship's chronometers, sextants, and optical equipment that clearly belonged to no ordinary lighthouse keeper's collection. Books lined shelves that reached from floor to ceiling, volumes covering everything from meteorology and astronomy to intelligence analysis and international maritime law. "Tea?" Henrik asked, moving toward a kitchen that smelled of pipe tobacco and well-seasoned coffee. "I find that serious conversations proceed more smoothly with proper refreshment. Besides, the ritual provides time for thoughts to settle and words to find their proper order." Samuel accepted the offered tea. Strong black Ceylon served in delicate china cups that seemed incongruous with Henrik's weathered appearance, but somehow perfectly suited to the cottage's scholarly atmosphere. They settled in chairs beside a window that overlooked Provincetown Harbour, where fishing boats were returning to their normal routines after the storm's enforced idleness. "You discovered the archive," Henrik said without preamble, his statement carrying the weight of certainty rather than question. "The storm revealed what I had planned to show you during our meeting. Perhaps it's for the best. Nature has a way of accelerating schedules that human planning cannot improve upon." Samuel nodded, still processing the implications of what he had found. "I've read enough to understand that the network is far more sophisticated than I initially realized. But I also understand that I've only scratched the surface of something that goes back generations." Henrik smiled, setting down his teacup with the careful precision that characterized all his movements. "The network began during Prohibition, though its roots reach back to the earliest days of lighthouse service. Keepers have always been observers, our positions require it, our isolation demands it, and our responsibilities encompass far more than the general public realizes. What changed in the 1920s was the recognition that our observations had value beyond maritime safety." The old keeper rose and moved to a chart table that dominated one corner of the room, its surface covered with maps that showed the Atlantic coastline from Maine to Florida. Red pins marked lighthouse stations, while blue pins indicated Coast Guard facilities and green pins showed naval installations. Lines drawn in various colours connected the pins in patterns that suggested communication networks, observation zones, and coordination systems of remarkable complexity. "The rum runners taught us our first lessons," Henrik continued, tracing shipping routes with a finger that bore the scars of decades of physical labour. They operated sophisticated intelligence networks of their own, using lighthouse keepers and Coast Guard personnel who could be corrupted by money or intimidation. We learned that passive observation was not enough. We needed to actively monitor and report activities that threatened maritime security. Samuel studied the chart, recognizing patterns that mirrored the surveillance activities he had witnessed from Gould's Rest Light. "How many lighthouse keepers are involved in the network? How does it really operate?" Henrik returned to his chair, picking up his teacup but not drinking from it. "At its peak during World War II, we had active participants at 47 lighthouse stations along the Atlantic and Gulf coasts. Today, automation has reduced our numbers, but we maintain coordination with 23 stations and have cooperative relationships with keeper stations that aren't directly involved in intelligence activities. The scope was staggering. Samuel had imagined a small group of dedicated individuals sharing observations, but Henrik was describing an organisation that operated on a scale approaching that of official intelligence agencies. How is it coordinated? Who makes decisions about operations and priorities? The network operates on principles borrowed from both military intelligence and academic research, Henrik explained, his voice taking on the cadence of a professor delivering a familiar lecture. We have regional coordinators who oversee activities within specific geographical areas, and we maintain liaison relationships with various government agencies that provide us with equipment, training, and analytical support. But we remain fundamentally civilian in character lighthouse keepers serving their country through enhanced performance of duties they already possess. Henrik moved to a filing cabinet and withdrew a folder thick with photographs and documents. Your predecessor at Gould's Rest Light was Thomas Bradford, who served from 1923 to 1947. Tom was one of the network's founding members, and his contribution to our early development cannot be overstated. These are some of his reports and photographs materials that never appeared in official lighthouse logs, but which documented activities that proved crucial to national security. The photographs were remarkable in their clarity and detail. Samuel saw vessels that clearly belonged to no legitimate commercial or recreational fleet. Sleek craft with unusual configurations, ships flying flags that didn't match their apparent origins, and submarine periscopes captured during daylight surfacing operations. Bradford had been a photographer of considerable skill, but more importantly, he had possessed the patience and observational abilities that made him an ideal intelligence gatherer. Tom developed many of the techniques we still use today, Henrik said, turning pages to reveal detailed surveillance reports written in Bradford's neat handwriting. The coding systems, the communication protocols, the equipment modifications that allow us to maintain cover while conducting intelligence operations. Tom pioneered methods that kept the network effective for decades. Samuel found himself looking at photographs of vessels that seemed familiar despite their obvious age. The surveillance ships that had been monitoring Cape Cod waters in recent weeks bore striking similarities to craft that Bradford had documented in the 1930s and 1940s. Intelligence operations, it seemed, followed patterns that transcended individual conflicts and political alignments. "The vessels you've been observing," Henrik said, seeming to read Samuel's thoughts, "are part of a cycle that repeats every few years. Different countries, different technologies, but the same fundamental activities: intelligence gathering, surveillance of defensive installations, testing of response times and capabilities. The network exists because such activities never really cease, even during periods of apparent peace." Henrik moved to another chart, this one showing the North Atlantic with markings that indicated submarine activity over several decades. During the Cold War, we documented Soviet submarine operations that official sources either missed or chose not to acknowledge. Our reports provided early warning of intelligence gathering operations, helped track the movements of foreign naval vessels, and contributed to defensive measures that probably prevented conflicts from escalating to dangerous levels. The implications were sobering. Samuel realized that lighthouse keepers had been operating as an informal intelligence service for nearly a century, providing coverage that official agencies could not achieve through conventional means. The network's strength lay in its permanence. Lighthouse keepers remained at their stations for years or decades, developing intimate knowledge of local maritime patterns that allowed them to detect anomalies that would escape casual observation. "What about the future?" Samuel asked. "Lighthouse automation is reducing the number of manned stations. How long can the network continue operating?" Henrik's expression grew thoughtful as he considered the question. Automation presents challenges, but it also creates opportunities. Unmanned lighthouse stations can be equipped with surveillance equipment that would be impossible to install while maintaining human crews. We're exploring technologies that would allow remote monitoring of much larger areas with greater precision than human observation could achieve. The old keeper moved to a desk and withdrew a set of blueprints that showed modifications to lighthouse structures for installing sophisticated monitoring equipment. Some of our newer installations can track vessel movements for 50 miles in any direction, record communications across multiple frequency bands, and analyze behavioral patterns that might indicate hostile intentions. The network is evolving with technology, but the fundamental mission remains unchanged. Samuel studied the blueprints, recognizing equipment configurations that could transform lighthouse stations into comprehensive intelligence-gathering platforms. Is this where the network is heading? Unmanned stations with automated surveillance systems? Partially, Henrik replied, but human judgment remains irreplaceable for certain types of analysis. Automated systems can detect and record activities, but experienced lighthouse keepers provide context and interpretation that no computer can duplicate. The future network will probably combine automated surveillance with human analysis, allowing us to monitor larger areas while maintaining the observational skills that have made us effective for so many decades. The afternoon wore on as Henrik shared details of network operations that Samuel had never imagined. The organization maintained training facilities disguised as maritime education centers, operated communication networks that paralleled official Coast Guard channels, and coordinated with intelligence agencies through liaison officers who held official positions within government bureaucracies. The network had become a shadow organization that operated with official knowledge but without official acknowledgement, providing services that no conventional agency could duplicate. Your role at Ghoul's Rest Light, Henrik said as the conversation began to wind down, represents the next generation of network operations. The station has been selected for equipment upgrades that will make it one of our most sophisticated observation posts. The surveillance activities you've been witnessing are partly tests of your observational abilities and partly preparation for expanded operations that will require greater skill and dedication than routine lighthouse keeping demands. Samuel felt the weight of responsibility settling around him like Henrik's old keeper's coat. What exactly is expected of me? What am I being asked to commit to? Henrik's answer came without hesitation. Excellence in observation, absolute discretion in communication, an unwavering dedication to protecting American maritime security through activities that will never receive public recognition. You will serve your country as lighthouse keepers have served for generations, but your service will encompass responsibilities that go far beyond maintaining navigation aids. The sun was beginning to set as Samuel prepared to return to Ghoul's Rest Light, his mind reeling with the scope of what Henrik had revealed. The network was not just a loose association of lighthouse keepers sharing observations. It was a sophisticated intelligence organization with a history stretching back nearly a century and a mission that had evolved with changing threats to American security. One final thing, Henrik said as Samuel reached the cottage door. The brass compass rose that you discovered, it belonged to Thomas Bradford originally, passed down through each lighthouse keeper who served at Ghoul's Rest Light. Consider it a symbol of continuity, connecting you to all who served before and all who will serve after. The network's strength lies not in any individual, but in the accumulated wisdom and dedication of generations of watchers. Samuel drove back to the lighthouse through darkness that seemed less mysterious now that he understood his role in the vast network of observers who maintained vigilance along America's coastline. The lighthouse beam was visible long before he reached Ghoul's Rest Point, its steady flash marking not just a geographical position, but his place in a tradition that had protected American shores for generations. Admiral Bonaparte was waiting on the lighthouse's exterior railing when Samuel arrived, the gull's intelligent stare suggesting that it understood the significance of the day's revelations. The bird had witnessed decades of secrets and coded communications, serving as an unofficial guardian of activities that existed in the shadow world between public service and national security. The lighthouse stood as solid and dependable as ever, but Samuel now understood that beneath its familiar exterior lay capabilities that would soon be enhanced with equipment that would make Ghoul's Rest Light one of the network's most important observation posts. The routine of lighthouse keeping would continue weather observations, vessel counts, equipment maintenance, but these activities would serve purposes far beyond their apparent simplicity. As Samuel climbed the spiral staircase to begin his evening watch, he felt the brass compass rise in his pocket. warm with the accumulated history of all the lighthouse keepers who had carried it before him. The network was counting on him to continue their work, maintaining vigilance against threats that approached from the sea while preserving the secrets that had protected American maritime security for nearly a century. 3 seconds on 2 seconds dark, the lighthouse beam continued its eternal rhythm. But Samuel now understood that it illuminated more than safe passage through dangerous waters. It was part of a communication system that connected watchers across vast distances, a beacon that signalled America's continued vigilance against threats that might emerge from the vast mystery beyond the horizon. The network lived on, as it had for generations, in the dedicated service of lighthouse keepers who understood that their true mission encompassed far more than the public would ever know. The winter morning arrived with the crystal clarity that only comes after a night of bitter cold, when the Atlantic's breath turns to ice crystals and the lighthouse beam cuts through air so clear it seems to magnify every star. Samuel stood at the lamp room window, coffee steaming in his hands, watching the sun rise over waters that had been transformed overnight into something resembling polished steel. 6 months had passed since his meeting with Henrik Larsson, 6 months of gradually accepting the full scope of his responsibilities as both lighthouse keeper and guardian of secrets that stretched back through generations of watchers. The equipment modifications had been completed 3 weeks ago, installed by technicians who arrived in Coast Guard uniforms, but carried identification that suggested affiliations far beyond routine maritime service. The lighthouse now housed surveillance equipment so sophisticated that Samuel still marvelled at its capabilities. Radar systems that could track objects smaller than fishing boats at distances approaching 40 miles, communication interceptors that monitored radio traffic across dozens of frequency bands, and optical devices that could resolve details on distant vessels that conventional binoculars could never detect. Yet, for all its technological advancement, the lighthouse's fundamental character remained unchanged. The Great Fresnel lens continued its patient rotation, casting its beam across waters that held the same mysteries they had harboured for centuries. The routine of weather observations, vessel counts, and equipment maintenance provided the comforting rhythm that had sustained lighthouse keepers since the first beacon was lit on these shores. Samuel had learned to balance his traditional duties with the expanded responsibilities that the network required, finding in that balance a satisfaction that went deeper than mere professional competence. The brass compass rose lay open on his desk, its polished surface reflecting the morning light as Samuel prepared his daily log entry. The official record would show wind patterns, temperature readings, and vessel counts, information that satisfied Coast Guard requirements, while providing cover for activities that served purposes far beyond routine navigation assistance. But embedded within those ordinary observations, using coding systems that Henrik had perfected over decades of service, lay intelligence reports that would be analysed by experts at agencies whose existence was acknowledged only through budget line items buried in classified appropriations. December 15th, Samuel wrote in the precise handwriting that lighthouse keeping demanded, clear skies with visibility extending beyond 20 miles, wind northwest at 15 knots, temperature 28 degrees Fahrenheit. The sea status calm with light swells from the northeast. 4 vessels observed during the overnight watch period, including 1 unscheduled southbound transit at approximately 0:35 hours. The unscheduled transit had been the night's most significant observation. Through the enhanced optical equipment, Samuel had documented a vessel that bore no resemblance to legitimate commercial or recreational traffic. A sleek craft approximately 70 feet in length, painted in radar-absorbing black, moving at speeds that suggested military-grade propulsion systems. The vessel had maintained radio silence while systematically photographing coastal installations from Chatham to Provincetown, its activities coordinated with similar craft that other network stations had reported throughout New England. Such observations had become routine over the past months, part of an escalating pattern of surveillance activities that suggested preparation for operations far more significant than routine intelligence gathering. The network's analysis indicated that foreign agencies were conducting comprehensive documentation of American coastal defences, mapping everything from lighthouse positions to Coast Guard facilities, with an attention to detail that implied strategic rather than tactical purposes. Samuel's coded report on the previous night's activities would join similar observations from 22 other Lighthouse stations, creating a comprehensive picture of maritime surveillance that no single observer could achieve. The network's strength lay in its distributed nature. Individual lighthouse keepers might miss the significance of isolated observations, but the accumulated intelligence from multiple stations revealed patterns that trained analysts could interpret with remarkable precision. The radio crackled to life with the morning weather briefing from Coast Guard Boston, its routine language carrying coded variations that only network participants could detect. Hidden within the standard meteorological data were acknowledgements of overnight intelligence reports, operational updates from other stations, and instructions for special observation priorities that would guide the day's surveillance activities. All coastal stations, this is Coast Guard Boston with your 0800 weather briefing, the familiar voice announced with professional calm. High pressure system maintaining clear conditions throughout the region. Winds northwest 15 to 20 knots, seas 2 to 3 feet, visibility excellent. Marine traffic expected to remain light due to seasonal patterns. Recommend continued vigilance for small craft operating in winter conditions. Samuel translated the coded elements automatically. The reference to seasonal patterns indicated that foreign surveillance activities were expected to continue despite winter weather that normally reduced maritime traffic. Continued vigilance for small craft was network terminology for heightened observation of vessels that might be conducting intelligence operations. The briefing confirmed that the previous night's surveillance vessel was part of a larger operation that required comprehensive monitoring throughout the region. Admiral Bonaparte appeared at the lamproom window as Samuel completed his morning log entry. The Gull's arrival as punctual as any chronometer. The bird had adapted to the lighthouse's enhanced equipment with the same pragmatic acceptance it showed toward all changes in its domain. Though Samuel suspected that Admiral Bonaparte understood more about the station's activities than any mere seagull should. The bird's intelligence had become legendary among network participants. Several lighthouse keepers reported that their resident gulls seemed to serve as unofficial early warning systems, becoming agitated before surveillance vessels appeared and remaining alert during periods of unusual activity. "Morning, Admiral," Samuel greeted his demanding guest, producing the can of sardines that had become part of their daily ritual. "I trust you kept a good watch during the night. Any observations to report from your aerial patrols?" Admiral Bonaparte fixed him with the intense stare that always seemed to convey information beyond mere hunger, then launched into a series of harsh cries that Samuel had learned to interpret as complaints about the quality of surveillance activities in adjacent territories. The Gull's territorial range extended well beyond the lighthouse grounds, encompassing waters that provided excellent vantage points for observing maritime traffic that might escape land-based detection. The morning inspection routine had been modified to accommodate the new equipment, but Samuel maintained the methodical approach that Henrik had taught him. Each system required specific attention. The enhanced radar needed daily calibration checks, the communication interceptors required frequency adjustments based on daily intelligence briefings, and the optical equipment demanded careful cleaning to maintain the precision that intelligence work required. The technology was remarkable in its sophistication, but it remained tools in the hands of human operators whose experience and judgment could not be automated. From the lamproom's elevated position, Samuel commanded views that encompassed the entire Cape Cod Peninsula and extended far into the Atlantic shipping lanes. The enhanced optical equipment revealed details that transformed familiar seascapes into intelligence targets, requiring constant evaluation. That fishing boat working the waters near Stellwagen Bank, was its crew engaged in legitimate commercial fishing, or was the vessel serving as a platform for intelligence gathering activities disguised as routine maritime business? The yacht proceeding southward toward Martha's Vineyard was its owner simply relocating for winter storage, or was the vessel conducting surveillance of naval facilities that conventional fishing boats could not approach without suspicion? Such questions had become second nature during Samuel's months of network service. Every vessel on the horizon represented potential intelligence value, Every deviation from normal traffic patterns might indicate activities that official agencies needed to monitor. The lighthouse keeper's traditional role as observer had evolved into something approaching professional intelligence analysis, requiring skills that went far beyond weather reporting and navigation assistance. The afternoon brought the first test of the enhanced surveillance system's capabilities, when the radar detected a contact approaching from the northeast at speeds that exceeded any legitimate commercial vessel's capabilities. Samuel tracked the contact for 20 minutes before it became visible through conventional optics, a military-style patrol boat travelling at approximately 35 knots, its hull configuration suggesting foreign naval architecture despite the absence of identifying markings. The vessel approached to within 5 miles of Cape Cod before altering course to run parallel to the coastline, its activities mirroring the surveillance patterns that Samuel had documented during his first months at Gull's Rest Light. But the enhanced equipment now provided intelligence that previous observations had never achieved. Detailed photographs that revealed specific antenna configurations, communication equipment specifications, and crew information that would allow analysts to identify the vessel's origins and probable mission. Samuel documented the encounter with the thoroughness that network protocols required, using multiple surveillance systems to create a comprehensive intelligence package that would be transmitted through encrypted channels to analysis centers whose locations were known only to senior network coordinators. The photographs alone represented intelligence value far beyond anything that conventional lighthouse observations could provide, but when combined with radar tracking data and communication intercepts, the package would allow experts to develop detailed assessments of foreign intelligence capabilities and intentions. The surveillance vessel's departure followed the same pattern that Samuel had observed during previous encounters, a gradual course change that carried the craft seaward until it disappeared beyond the horizon, leaving no trace of its activities except the intelligence reports that network stations would file through channels that ensured appropriate agencies received information without compromising the observer's security. Evening brought the daily network briefing that connected lighthouse keepers from Maine to the Carolinas in a communication network that had evolved far beyond Henrik's original vision. The briefings now included contributions from automated surveillance systems, satellite intelligence correlations, and analytical assessments that provided context for individual observations. Samuel's report on the afternoon surveillance vessel encounter would be integrated with similar sightings from other stations to create comprehensive intelligence that revealed the scope and sophistication of foreign operations along the American coastline. Gull's Rest Light to network control, Samuel transmitted using the encrypted communication protocols that protected network operations from hostile monitoring. Surveillance contact documented at 1430 hours, bearing 045 degrees, range 5.2 nautical miles. Contact identified as military pattern patrol vessel, estimated length 28 meters, foreign configuration confirmed through optical analysis. Full intelligence package prepared for transmission on secure channels. The response came from Network Control, a coordination center whose location Samuel had never learned, but whose professional competence had impressed him during months of operational communications. Network Control acknowledges Gull's Rest intelligence package, correlates with similar contacts reported from Highland Light and Race Point Light. Pattern analysis indicates coordinated surveillance operations encompassing the entire Cape Cod region. Recommend continued enhanced vigilance through the current operational period. Such coordination represented the network's evolution from Henrik's era of individual lighthouse keepers, sharing observations to the current system that integrated human intelligence with technological capabilities that rivaled official intelligence agencies. The lighthouse keepers remained the foundation of the organization, but their observations now contributed to analytical processes that provided strategic intelligence to decision-makers whose responsibilities encompassed national security at the highest levels. As night settled over Cape Cod, Samuel prepared for the extended watch schedule that winter conditions required. The enhanced surveillance equipment operated continuously, but human oversight remained essential for interpreting observations that might indicate activities requiring immediate attention. The lighthouse beam began its eternal rotation as darkness deepened, casting its 3-second flash across waters that appeared peaceful but harboured activities that could threaten the security that generations of lighthouse keepers had worked to protect. The lamp room had become Samuel's command centre for operations that extended far beyond routine lighthouse duties. The familiar equipment weather instruments, communication radios, navigation aids shared space with surveillance systems that could detect and analyse activities across thousands of square miles of ocean. The integration was seamless, reflecting the network's philosophy that enhanced capabilities should support, rather than replace the traditional skills that had made lighthouse keepers effective observers for more than a century. Admiral Bonaparte settled on his customary perch for the night watch, the gull's presence providing continuity that connected current operations with the decades of service that had established the network's reputation for reliability and discretion. The bird had witnessed surveillance vessels and coded communications, storms and secrets, maintaining its vigil through changes that had transformed lighthouse keeping from routine navigation assistance to sophisticated intelligence operations. The midnight hours brought the period of maximum activity for surveillance vessels that preferred darkness for their operations. Samuel maintained systematic observation schedules that divided the horizon into sectors requiring regular scanning, using the enhanced optical equipment to detect activities that conventional lighthouse watches might miss. The work required patience and concentration that tested even experienced lighthouse keepers, but the intelligence value of nighttime observations often exceeded anything that daylight hours could provide. At 0:25 hours, the radar detected multiple contacts approaching from different directions, their coordinated timing suggesting a planned operation rather than coincidental maritime traffic. Samuel tracked 4 vessels as they converged on positions that provided optimal surveillance coverage of Cape Cod's coastal installations, their activities synchronized with precision that indicated professional planning and execution. Through the enhanced optical systems, Samuel observed vessels that represented the current state of maritime intelligence technology, craft designed for stealth operations, equipped with surveillance systems that could document American defensive installations in detail that previous generations of intelligence gatherers could never achieve. The vessels operated with confidence that suggested they had conducted similar operations many times before, their crews familiar with techniques that allowed them to gather intelligence, while avoiding detection by conventional monitoring systems. But the network's enhanced capabilities provided advantages that the surveillance vessels' operators had not anticipated. Samuel documented their activities with precision that revealed operational patterns, equipment specifications, and coordination methods that would allow American intelligence analysts to develop countermeasures and identify the foreign agencies responsible for the operations. The surveillance operation continued for nearly 3 hours, during which the 4 vessels systematically documented every significant installation from Boston Harbor to Martha's Vineyard. Samuel maintained continuous observation despite the physical and mental demands that such extended surveillance required, understanding that the intelligence he was gathering might prevent future conflicts or provide strategic advantages that could protect American interests during periods of international tension. As dawn approached, and the surveillance vessels departed for whatever bases supported their operations, Samuel began the complex process of encoding his observations for transmission to network control. The night's intelligence package would include radar tracking data, optical surveillance results, communication intercepts, and analytical assessments that represented the most comprehensive documentation of foreign intelligence operations that any single observer had ever achieved. The morning sun revealed a seascape that appeared unchanged by the night's activities, but Samuel now understood that beneath the surface of routine maritime traffic, intelligence operations continued that tested American vigilance and defensive capabilities. The network existed to monitor such activities, providing early warning of threats that official agencies might miss, and contributing to the national security apparatus that protected American interests around the world. The lighthouse beam completed its final rotation, as daylight eliminated the need for navigation assistance, but Samuel knew that the beacon's most important function continued regardless of visibility conditions. The lights served as a symbol of American presence and determination, marking not just geographical position, but the nation's commitment to maintaining surveillance of activities that might threaten maritime security. 6 months of network service had transformed Samuel's understanding of lighthouse keeping from routine navigation assistance to sophisticated intelligence operations that required skills and dedication far beyond anything that official job description suggested. The brass compass rose that connected him to generations of lighthouse keepers had become a symbol of continuity that linked traditional duties with enhanced responsibilities that served national security interests. Admiral Bonaparte launched into his morning patrol with the purposeful energy that characterized all his activities, the gull's territorial instincts providing natural surveillance capabilities that complemented the lighthouse's technological systems. The bird's intelligence and observational skills had made it an unofficial member of the network, contributing to the comprehensive vigilance that protected American shores from threats that approached from the vast mystery beyond the horizon. The network lived on, as it had for generations, in the dedicated service of lighthouse keepers who understood that their true mission encompassed far more than the public would ever know. The lights that guided ships to safety also illuminated activities that could threaten the peace that those same lights were sworn to protect. 3 seconds on, 2 seconds dark, the eternal rhythm continued, marking time while serving purposes that connected lighthouse keeping to the deepest traditions of American maritime service. Samuel Whitmore had found his place that tradition, serving as both keeper of lights and guardian of secrets, maintaining the watch that generations of lighthouse keepers had established along America's coastline. The lighthouse stood as solid and dependable as ever, but its capabilities now extended far beyond anything that its original builders had envisioned. The network's work would continue, as it had for nearly a century, protecting American shores through activities that existed in the shadows of official acknowledgement, but served purposes as vital as any recognized branch of national defense. The Eternal Watch continued, maintained by dedicated individuals who served their country through enhanced performance of duties they had sworn to uphold, guardians of both ships and secrets, keepers of lights and defenders of the peace that those lights represented. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off under the shimmering lights of Tokyo, the quiet canals of Amsterdam, the golden glow of Cairo, or the sea breeze nights of Havana? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the night surround you. Let your dreams wander free. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.